Good morning, everyone. Have you gone through all the videos so far that we discussed? Yeah. So, any doubt in general? Any doubt before starting with today's session? Okay. So, if there are any, you can just put it in the chat box. And in the meanwhile, I'll just start with today's session. So, the last day session. Yeah. So, after logging into this Ansible control server as root, so what is the first step? What is the next command I can just run to proceed with running the playbooks? Yeah, so just switching to ans user. Yeah, okay. And next, what is the next command I can run? Yeah. So moving to this particular path where our this one inventory files, playbook files, all those things are available, right? Okay. So here I'm, and here we have all the playbooks that we just created yesterday, and also the inventory file, the default inventory file that we just set. So all those things are there in this. So with that, let us just continue with today's topics. So there are 5 topics we just want to complete today. So it is facts, conditionals, loops, variables, tags, and a few info about inventory as well. I mean the missing information here and there. So if there are any, we'll just see those things as well. So these are the topics for today. So I'll just first start with this tags, right? So also if you remember, yesterday we started using certain options while running this playbook, right? Uh, so that is, what are the options? Can you remember? Options that we used while running the playbook? Yeah, check, step, syntax check. Okay. What else? No options only, I'm just asking. No semantics, right? Only options. Start a task. Yeah. Good. List tasks. Yes. List host. Yeah. Perfect. So these are the different options we just discussed yesterday. Right. Okay. And there are a few more options in that list. That is tags, skip tags, and list list tags. Let me check once. List tags, and also one more option related to this variable topic, extra variable. Right. This we will just see along with variables topic. Okay. So now let us just start with this tags topic. So here we will be using these options as well. In the place of these options, we'll also use tags related options as well. So we'll just understand what is tags and other things. Okay. So if you just remember the need of this started task, right? So what is the purpose of start at task? Why are we using the started task? Yes, to control the task, correct? And what is that we control here? Yeah, exactly. That is, we are just selecting the starting of that task, right? Is there any feature to select the ending task as well? Yeah, it is not possible. We can only just select the starting task. So by default, it will just run till the end of the playbook, right? Yeah. So only choosing the start option, start task is just possible and not the ending task. Like let's say there are 50 tasks. So 11 to 50 is doable, 22 to 50 is doable, but 31 to 38 out of 50, 31 to 38 is not possible, which means selecting that ending task 38 is not possible, and which will just complete till the end of the playbook, which means task 50, right? Okay. That is what we discussed about that start a task yesterday. Now, let us just proceed with tags option now. So this tags option is also similar to controlling the execution flow. So we just want to control the execution flow, right? Using started task, we did that. And this tags is also used for the same purpose to control the flow of the task's execution, right? Okay. But what is that we control here? We will see that, right? Okay. So what is dry run? Others can explain what is dry run. Yesterday we discussed that. Yeah, it is a kind of trial or mock, right? Yeah, it is just the trial or a kind of mock, you can say, right? So it will only just show the output that how it will work without applying those changes on the target machine, right? Yeah, that is the purpose of this check. I hope someone asked what is dry run is clear. We even saw the demonstration for that yesterday. All right, so now let us just continue with tags. So I'll just take some playbook for that. So I'm taking this playbook. So in this playbook, maybe I'll just remove all the unwanted. Yeah, let it be no issues also. Here we have this play one on web group. It will be executed, which is having two tasks, install and start. The same thing what we just did yesterday, nothing new. And the second play, which is just executed on DB group with two tasks. One is running the OS command and the other one is copying the file to the targets. Right. Okay. So now I'll just edit this file. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just edit this file. And here I'll just define the tag for every task. That is not mandatory to define the task for tag for every task, but I'll just give some name. It is just the customized name. It can be any meaningful name, right? So if you want to define the tag name, why we are defining tag name, let's understand. So if you want to define this tag name here, so that should also be in the same column of every task. So I'm using this tags keyword. I'm using this tags keyword, and then I'm just saying the tag name. The tag name can be anything. So I just say that IP, which means install package. It can be any name. So likewise, I'm just defining the tags for start service. I'll just say SS start service. Likewise, defining the tags for run OS command. So I'll say ROC. With hyphen only we have to define. Or just the customized name. It can be any name. It is not a keyword. So again, I'm just defining one more name for this copy file. I'll just say that CF. Yeah. I just said that already. Why tag? I'll explain. Let us see. Please wait. I'll complete the topic. Then you can post your questions. All. Okay. So now I just defined this tag name for everything. In case if you don't want to assign the tag for anything, you can just ignore that. Because earlier, if you remember, we executed the playbook without tag only, right? So without tag only, so far we executed the playbook, which means tag is not mandatory, right? So only if you just want that and you can just add it, right? Okay, it is exactly like the same thing only, like a book tag only, right? Okay, so what is the purpose of this? Let's understand. So I'm just saving the changes. It got stuck or yeah. Yeah. So I just saved the changes and this is the content of this um, playbook. So we just simply define the tags for every task. So for this install package task, we defined IP. It can be anything. Likewise, for start service, we defined SS, and for run OS command, we defined ROC, and for copy file, we defined CF. Right? It can even be your name. Right? Okay. So we just defined it. Okay. What is the purpose? So what is the need of this tags? How I can use this tags? So let us see that. So now I'm trying to run this playbook. So Ansible playbook and then create a setup.yaml file, right? So now consider you want to, there are 4 tasks in this playbook, right? And you want to just run from second task till the end. So what will you use? Second task to end, which you know already. Don't say tags and all. We are yet to discuss tag. I'm only asking what you know already. Yeah. So you can just use the started task, right? And where you will specify the name of the task, that is start service is the task name. You can just enter, which we have given yesterday. So that will just run from here till the end, right? So I can just say that start the same thing, nothing new. Start at task. Wait. Yeah. So start at task and then start service. Yeah. So which will be starting from the second task only. Yeah, look at it. Install package is not running. So the second task and then third task OS command, fourth task copy file. So that install package is not running. It's because we just selected the, we decided the execution of this playbook, right? I mean, the execution flow of this playbook. That is the purpose of starter task that we already discussed. And now what I do is, what is my requirement is, so my requirement is out of 50 tasks, assume that there are 50 tasks there in this playbook. Right now, hardly 4 are there. Assume that there are 50 tasks in the production environment. And you want to run only one task out of 50 tasks. Is there any option now? You want to run only one task, that is 21st task alone or 39th task alone. or 41 task alone, right? That is not doable now, right? Or right now, based on the concepts that you know, right? With the started task. So consider you want to run first task, 20th task, 40th task, right? So 1, 20, 40. These three tasks you want to run, right? Or consider you want to run all 50 excluding 12 and 29. You want to run all 50 excluding, that is skipping. So excluding 12 and 31 or something, right? And for these purpose only, that is to run the specific tasks or to exclude specific tasks. What can we use? This tags, right? So we define the tag name. It's a kind of bookmark, right? You'll be having bookmarks in your book or wherever, right? So that you can just quickly go there, right? It's just the same concept only. So we already defined some customized meaningful name for every tag, right? And you can just specify the tag name to run that specific one alone. So how will you run that? Just by using this tags option. So I'll say tags. So what are the tags I mean, what are the tasks I want to run? For example, I just want to install and run the OS command. So I'll say that IP, comma, ROC. IP, comma, ROC. So now just observe with tags option only, you can just specify. So look at it. And now, yeah, some spelling mistake in install that I did yesterday. I'll modify that. So look at it. Install package is running. Also, run OS command a task is just running. Only these two tasks executed, not the rest. It's because in the command, while running it, we just use this tags option and we specified the tag name that we defined inside the playbook so that only those things are running. Right. Okay. So now consider I'm just giving skip tags. So what are the tasks will be running for this skip tags with IP and ROC now? Yeah, except these two, the rest all. Which means here we have two more. One is starting service and the other one is copy file. So clear? What is tags and skip tags? So why tag? How to define tag? Yeah. So now in this case, it is just skipping whichever we defined. For example, we just mentioned IP and ROC. Only those two things are skipped and the remaining start service and copy file is just running here. Right. Okay. So then now I'll just remove this. Why this arrow is not? Yeah. Okay. So I just modified this. No, there is no task option. It was only tags or skip tags, Harihar. Vinay, what is your question? I'm not getting. All tasks are running means? Okay, I have shown the code. I hope clear with the syntax. Can we use it for a particular play also? Yes, you can. Yeah. So I'm about to just explain that. So for example, if you wanted to this in this case right now, we just defined it at task level, right? So for which we define here, it is just defined at task level. For every task we defined it. And if you don't want to control that, you can remove that. If there is no tags defined, of course you cannot control that, right? Yeah. So if you want, you can just define it, right? Okay. So then now, what are you saying, Vinay? I'm not getting. What are you saying? I hope you understand the concept. What is tags and skip tags? Okay with every task means yes, it will show okay only because the changes are not applied. So that green with okay only. Yeah. So usually any naming convention will just start with alphabet followed by number. So not only number. Yeah. All right. So now, um, before running this, so what I do is I'll not run now. I'll just list tags. So if I'm just using this list tags, is it listing only the tags? It will not run the playbook. Yes, you know that already. It will only list the tags. For example, so this is the playbook and it's having the first play and which will be executed on web group. And at play level, did we define the tag? At play level, is there any tag defined for the complete play? No. So the tag is empty here. There is no tag defined at play level. And we define the tag at task level. So the task tags are IP and SS. Similarly, for play 2, there is no tag defined and this play will be running on DB group. And there is some task level tags only, that is CF and ROC. Right. So it is only just listing the tags, right? And in case if you wanted to just give that play level as well, yes, you can give. So once you are defining it, that will be just listed here so that you can just control that play level execution as well. So in case if it is play level tag, you can just start with this third column only. So now, for example, P1 I'm saying. So if you just give only P1, the complete play one tasks will be executed, right? Yeah, just a second. Yeah. So likewise for even this play 2, if you want to define, you have to define it at play level. So P2 I'm just giving. No, it's not necessary that you have to define the tags at the end of the task or at the end of the play. But that is just the usual best practice of writing, right? Yeah. Okay. So if you just observe here, so at play level, if you want to define, look at it. So this tags keyword is supposed to be started at this play level only. And in case if this tag is just defined at the task level, then the indentation is supposed to be accordingly. Exactly correct. It should be there in the third column. So this is your third column only. Yes, indentation is very very important in Ansible. All right. So this is at play level. So now if you are giving P1 and only P1 will be executed, P2 will not be executed at all. Or if you're just saying skip tags P1, then P1 will not be executed, then the remaining plays will be executed, right? In the same manner only. Yeah. You can even define the same name for same tag name for multiple tasks, right? For example, so here, assume that I just, one sec. Yeah. What did I press? Yeah. So assume that I just defined ROC only for both run OS command as well as copy file command, which means the same tag only we define for multiple tasks, right? So if you are using the same tags for multiple tasks, then it will not throw any error. So now consider I'm only running ROC, right? So now this will be running both the tasks. So you can also just use the same name for multiple tasks and there won't be any error. Look at it. Now it runs both OS command as well as copy file command. It's because the same tag is just defined for both the tasks, right? So that is also fine only. So clear with all the points, everyone? Okay, and one last information to close this topic. Sorry. No, play for play one only gather facts is running, Muthu, not user defined task. This will anyhow run only, right? Yeah, this is implicit. Yeah, that is a default one, not user defined one. Right. I'm talking about only user defined one. Okay. You can even just disable that default gather facts if we don't want. Anyhow, we'll discuss that in the separate topic. There is a separate topic. Along with that, let's discuss that. How to stop running that gathering facts. Why is it needed? All those things we'll see. All right. So now, one last topic is to close this. Um, to close this tags topic, there is a keyword called always. This is the keyword. Always is the keyword. Right. Yes. Can a task can also have multiple tags? Yes. We can even have multiple tags for that. But anyhow, that's of no use only, right? Because if you just observe, this is actually the plural name, right? Tags. Yeah, with that itself, you can understand few things. Yeah. Okay. So now there are two keywords also, let's understand, related to these tags. Those keywords are always and never. Of course, you know I mean, which is the opposite only, right? So always, never. And you know the meaning also, right? Always means anytime and never means not at all, right? So what is the purpose of this always keyword and never keyword? So inbuilt keyword only. Now, if you observe here, for this start service, I just defined always keyword. I just defined always keyword for this start service, right? So then what's happening? Let's just see, right? So now I'll just rerun the same ROC only. Now, yes, it is a keyword multiple times I said. Okay, so now if you just say this tags with the ROC, right? Earlier, how many user defined tasks were executed with this? How many user defined tasks? Only two, right? That is run OS command and the copy file, right? But now any guess that how many user defined tasks will be executed? Three. So what is that plus one? Which task it is? Yeah, it is SS. That is start service, for the one for which we define this always keyword. So if you just say always means you cannot just control that. That will be executed all the time, right? So hope that always keyword is fine. Everyone? Yeah. That is the actual meaning of the English word only. And in case if you say never, any guess what will happen? If you just say, one second, before I'm asking that question, I'll just show one more thing. So now if I just say always, so how many tasks will be executed? Yeah, again for this one also three tasks only. So meaning you can also explicitly say that always the task with always keyword should also be executed, right? So you can even just say that always keyword here, right? Okay, so this is the information that I want to say. Same thing, nothing new. And now consider if you are giving never, right? So never means the task will not be executed at all. The task will not be executed at all, right? This never is actually there starting from Ansible version 2.5 onwards. So you already know that in this machine, we just have 2.4 only. So starting from 2.5 onwards only, that never keyword is there. So even if I just define never keyword, it cannot understand. It's because it is 2.4 version, right? So just know the meaning of that. That's enough. So always means it will run all the time. Never means it will not execute at all, right? That's all. So these are the options we just discussed with this tags and the concepts. Why how, all those things. The complete topic clear? It is also now for controlling the execution flow of playbook, right? Both started task as well as this tasks. It's a kind of label that we are defining for every task, and using that label we can control, right? Even if you are giving never in the command, that will not be executed. Kolangi. Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. If you are defining never and if you are just adding you don't want to run it at all, then what is the purpose of never? Any guess? It will not run at all. What is the purpose of never? Yeah, it is skip only. Why do you want to use? Anyhow, it will not run. Yeah, rather than commenting, you can just say never, right? If you are commenting also, that will not be running only, right? Anyhow, consider you don't want to comment every line and you can just give some never, right? Yeah. So just for some examples or other things, if you want to add it in playbook, but you don't want to run that, or sometimes you don't want to run it for a while, still you want to keep the code over there, right? You don't want to run it for a while only. And later on, you can simply remove that never tag alone, right? Yeah, it's depending on the purpose only, you can use that never. All right, so with that, this topic is over. So then next is, let's just proceed with facts topic. So facts topic is the simple topic only. That also let us complete now. The remaining three topics are little big topic. Okay, so now, so facts let us discuss now. So first of all, if you don't want to collect the facts, right? For example, is the facts collected for playbook automatically? Let's understand what is fact later. Just answer these questions alone now. Is facts collected for the playbook automatically or implicitly? Yes, it is. It is implicitly collected. We have not defined anything additionally in the code, right? Okay. And now consider I'm just adding directive called gather underscore facts with no or false. Both are same. No or false. Right. And only for play one, I just added that and not for play two. Right. Only for play one, it is just added. So save the changes. Now you try to run this playbook and let's just observe the output. Let it complete and then let's understand. Yeah. So what's happening for play one? Is the implicit task gathering facts executed now? If we just say gather facts with no, yeah, it is not executed, right? So fact task is not executed. But whereas for play two, right? And there is no option we define like gather facts no, so that by default it is executed for play two, right? So only for play one, it is just skipped. It's because we explicitly disabled it, right? So how we disabled it? Gather underscore facts with no value is what we define so that it has been just disabled it, right? Okay. So it's just for enabling and disabling at playbook level, right? Now let's just understand what is this facts and where and why we want to use this facts next. Okay, so what is fact means? It's nothing but, let's say, it's a kind of metadata. So facts means it is a metadata, right? I'm just asking you to um, just just say the configuration of your laptop. Consider you have your personal laptop. I'm just asking you all to just share configuration information of your personal laptop. What will you say? What are all the things that you will see for this question? Yeah, RAM size, that is memory, storage. Then what else? Processor, version, model, OS. Okay. Then IP address, graphic cards. Okay. Then cores, CPU cores. Yes, OS, resolution. Okay. What else? Yeah, majorly you covered all, but what else? Ports. Okay. HDD, screen size, capacity is very general term. SDD. Okay. Okay. So all are about hardware related information you said. What about software related information? Only OS you said. Anything else? Yeah, maybe the kernel details. Okay. Yeah. Kernel versions and all those things. Then BIOS. Okay. Okay. OS version, Windows 10 or 11. Yeah. That is platform and bit architecture. Is it 32-bit or 64-bit? Then what are the other software related information you can say apart from hardware? Or hardware mostly you just covered everything, right? Major things at least. What else related to the configurations? Software configuration, I mean. Yeah, machine name. Okay, machine name. Then the number of users available, maybe. Yeah, dual core or i5. Yes. Usernames, Windows versions, and the software installed, maybe. What are all the software installed? Yeah. So these are the metadata about your computer, correct? Metadata means you know, right? What is metadata? Metadata, the definition is data about data. That is data about your computer. Yeah, info about info. So that is data about your complete machine, right? Yeah, that's what metadata. Yeah, yes, configuration of your complete machine. It can be hardware configuration or it can be software configuration. It can be anything, right? But just the metadata, right? Okay. So likewise, now it's all about your laptop, right? But now consider this Ansible control server wanted to know metadata about target VMs. Now consider this Ansible control server wanted to know metadata about target service. So let's say if you're taking this web node 1, right? So what is the metadata about web node 1? Right. What is the machine name? What is the private IP? What is the public IP? And what is the fully qualified host name? And what are all the users are there? What is the kernel version? What is the operating system installed? How many CPU cores are there? Right. What is the speed processor capacity, which means the speed? What is the RAM? And what is the disk space available? So these are the metadata about, these are metadata about web node 1. Similarly, yes, again, there are some metadata about DB node 1 as well. Now, this Ansible control server wanted to collect the metadata about target service. Why it has to collect? What is the purpose? We'll see. Let's only now understand what is fact and what is this metadata. Why is it collecting and where is it using? We will see next. Because why and where is it using is the next concept called conditionals. So along with that, we'll see why and or where to use, right? So now let's understand what is fact alone. So now consider in Ansible playbook, we have seen how to collect it, but we have not yet seen how to see that also. We'll see slowly. So now I just want to collect the metadata through Ansible command itself, not through playbook, through this Ansible command itself. We have seen so many Ansible commands, right? That is, if you just remember, Ansible all, -m ping, likewise command module, service module, then yum, all those things, right? So this command is otherwise called as ad hoc command. So why is it ad hoc command? Means on the fly, we are just running, we are executing only one task. On the fly, we are just running only one task, right? That's the reason all these ansible commands are in general referred it as ad hoc command, right? It's just the term I'm saying. Okay, now, so I'm using this ad hoc command, ansible, and I want to collect the metadata for only web node 1. I want to collect the metadata for only web node 1. So I just mentioned the array's name. And then there must be some module for collecting this facts, right? So the module name is setup. The module name to collect the facts is setup. So now what am I doing in this? I'm simply trying to collect facts about web node 1. What is facts? You know, nothing but metadata. What is metadata? You know. So now this Ansible is collecting facts about W1 target machine using setup module. That is the meaning. So let's just press enter button and then observe and understand. So a huge list you can just see here. Here is what it is starting. Look at it. So it's just executed on W1 and it is just successful. So is it collecting the Ansible facts? Yes, it is collecting the Ansible facts. And Ansible facts are shown in which form? Ansible facts are shown in which form? The output format, I mean. No, output format, I mean. I'm not asking the properties. It is which form it is? Yeah, it is JSON. Is it not JSON? Yeah, so the output format is in JSON, which means key and its value pairs. Yeah, key and its value pairs, key value pairs. That is what JSON, right? I mean, those who have gone through this Python course, they may not know, right? Java people will know that. For Python people, it is just the key pair. Python people will know what is key pair, right? Because in Python, there is a concept called key pair with associative, this thing. Right? Yeah. All right. So now, so if you just observe, it just shows the output in key and its value. Key means it's nothing but, which is the inbuilt keyword, inbuilt name. So generally key means that is the inbuilt name, right? So now, what is the IP address of this web node 1? Is it showing the IP address of this web node 1? Is this the IP address? You remember on day 1 itself we have seen this IP address, right? Yeah. So that IP address is stored in which key? Ansible underscore all underscore IPv4 underscore addresses, right? And if there are any private addresses also, private IPs and other things also, that will be just shown here, the complete one, right? So this is the inbuilt variable. We have not defined anything. So likewise, if there are any IPv6 addresses, that will also be just shown here, right? And then is this 32-bit or 64-bit machine? It is 64-bit machine. So that is just captured in another key called Ansible underscore architecture. So if you just observe, all the variables are just starting with Ansible underscore only, right? Yeah. So then next is what is the BIOS date and BIOS version, all those things you can see. Is there any boot images? And then let's not go through everything. And what is the system date? Ansible date and time option is just there for that, right? And the day name is separately captured and the time, month, date, second, everything by the time this command is executed and the weekday, right? All those things we can just see here, everything, all date and time related info. Likewise, if you just further scroll down, and it also shows this disk details. What are all the different disks are there? That is SDA, SDB. What is this SDA, SDB means? It's like C drive, D drive, all those things, right? You can just see those disk level details also. And further, if you just scroll down, and where you can also just see some information related to, yeah, I'll only just go through few things because you may not know everything, right? That's not needed also at this point of time, right? Okay, so what is the OS there in this machine? It is Linux CentOS. It is Linux CentOS, right? And what is the version? It is 7. So CentOS 7, right? Okay, so further, if you just scroll down, where you can just see the home path of this ANS user, and then so the OS path details also you can just see. Likewise, there are so many. Even the MAC address you can see. So MAC address is separately captured. So you can also see the machine name. Can you see the machine name using ansible underscore host name? So that is the key, and this is the value, right? And the fully qualified name, like in my laptop I have shown, right? For this one, there is no fully qualified name, like .ad.infosys.com. That is the domain name additionally. So that's not there for this thing. So kernel version, can you see that kernel version also for this web node one? Likewise, if you just scroll down, some machine ID, this RAM details you can just see, the complete memory details, right? So what is the total memory allocated? 1 GB approximately. And then the mount points and all you can see, right? Mount points and all you don't know right now. It's something like C drive, D drive related. In general, I'm just saying one liner, that's all. That's enough. And the processor details. So how many cores? All those things you can see here, right? So all the processor related details are separately captured with the variable. Yeah. So many things. Got it now? What is fact? Yeah. So in case if you wanted to filter only the specific thing, you can even filter that. We'll just see that. But now what is fact? Did you all get it? Why to use, we will see. So now likewise, if you wanted to just collect the facts for DB node 1, then you can just use this thing. So which is just collected for DB node 1 now. Right. So for example, I'll only show the machine name. Otherwise, it's same as almost the same. Ansible underscore host name, you can just see with the machine name DB node 1. Yeah, somewhere here you can see that. Right? Yeah. So in case if some data is just within this square bracket, which means it is array of data. That is more than one input, in more than one value will be there for that specific key. So array of values will be just enclosed within square brackets. All right. Then now consider you want to filter. It's a huge list, right? So at least some 200 plus or 100 plus properties are just shown. Key value pairs are shown here. It's a very huge list. Consider you wanted to filter the specific one, right? In case if you want to filter the specific one, we can use this arguments, and within that double quotes, just use filter keyword. So with this filter keyword, you can use that wildcard characters. So what are the wildcard characters? What is wildcard character? Asterisk, right? Yeah, percentage or asterisk. And here it is asterisk. So let's say I just want to see all the disk related details. So starting can be any character, and it should, the parameter should contain disk word. So here if you just see, you want to see all the user related details, then you will just say user star, right? And prior to this user, it can be asterisk. After to this user also, it can be asterisk, and it should contain user, something like that. Right. So here I just mentioned star disk star, asterisk disk asterisk, right? So if there are any parameters that's having this disk word, and all those parameters alone will be just listed here, right? So there is no such specific thing. Let me try with one more thing. If that's not working, then this version is not supporting, because this I tried with 2.9. Let me just check once. Yeah, look at it. Is it showing all the user related, which contains user related parameters alone? Likewise, if you wanted to see only host related parameters, you can just filter that. Or if you know the specific parameter name, let's say I want to see only host name. Remember, there is some parameter ansible host name, right? So which will be just showing only the host name. Look at it. So the host name is, yes, it is DB node only. So just showing only the specific parameter. It's because we just mentioned the specific thing here, right? So now, yeah, you can even use this wildcard characters asterisk to see to filter multiple parameters as well. So got all these points: filter, setup, that is a module, what is fact, everything. All right. And uh, now we just collected the setup through Ansible add hoc command, so that we are able to see here. But remember, in playbook, the facts are collected, right? In playbook, the facts are collected, right? So where it will be stored? So again, it will be just stored in these Ansible variables only, right? But are we able to see that output like this? Yes, that is also possible only, Muthu. Asterisk, OST, asterisk, yes. Yeah. So, but is the collected facts listed or seen in this one, in playbook? Everyone? Inside the playbook also we are collecting, but is that displayed? No, it's not displayed, right? So we'll see how to display the facts that are collected through playbook. Let's see how to display the facts that are collected through playbook. Right. Okay, so this is just working like here that contains a OST word, right? So wherever it contains OST word, it just shows here. Yeah. All right. So now the next one is how to display the facts that are collected through this playbook is what? Let's see. So I'll take one simple playbook for that. So I'll just copy maybe. One second. So I'll just copy only this. What else is missing in this? Yeah. Okay. And 3 dots is just optional only. Starting is mandatory, 3 hyphen is mandatory, and ending line 3 dots is optional. Whereas this line is mandatory. Okay. Fine. So now I'm just running this on DB node. So it will collect the facts automatically. So we need not explicitly say facts with yes, because that is default. So this line is not needed. Then yeah, fine. I'll just remove these tags and all. Okay. So now yes, for this play, which will be collecting the facts for this DB node 1. So it will collect that. But however, as you already know that we cannot see that output like add hoc command that I executed just before, right? So let me just try that. So I'm just saving the changes and I'll run this playbook. So some test.yaml. Yeah. So it is just gathering facts for only D1 and then running the command as usual. Nothing new in this, which you know already. But now consider here the gathered facts are stored in ansible variables, which means ansible underscore host name, ansible underscore memory total, all those things, right? Consider I wanted to display that. If you want to display that, we have to use kind of printf statement. It is not printf statement. You know the purpose of this print statement in Python and then system.out.println statement in Java. So it's like the same meaning only, right? If you wanted to display something on the screen and which where you'll be using that, right? Similar to that here, right? So now if you wanted to display something on the screen, here the module is, here everything is like module, right? And here the module is debug. Debug is the module which is used to display the variables value on the screen, right? So let's just see how we can just define that debug module. So I'm just giving some name as display output. It can be anything. It's just the task name, right? So display value, I'll say, and the module name is debug, right? Okay. Then the next is now, if you just wanted to print something, right? Here there is a parameter. We just want to say that message. So we just want to say that MSG. So MSG means message. So just want to say that message and then the variable that you want to print. So now, so far, did we handle any variable in playbook? In playbook, no, there is no variable, which means user defined variable. I mean, not the implicit keyword like name and all. Yeah. So there is no user defined variable so far we have discussed, right? Okay. Now, this ansible underscore host name. So is it implicit variable? Ansible underscore host name. What will be printed for this ansible underscore host name? So which will be printing the name of the host, right? So likewise, if you wanted to just print IP address or if you wanted to print the memory details. So for everything, there are some variables, right? So consider architecture, Ansible underscore architecture. So that will be just printing this architecture, which means a 64-bit machine. It is all a 64-bit machine and there is no 32-bit machine at all right now, right? So this is the variable. So how will you access the variable inside the playbook? Inside the playbook, if you want to access the variable, you have to enclose it within two curly braces. If you want to use the variable inside the playbook, then you just want to enclose the variable within two curly braces. Yes, it's like interpolation only, right? So within two curly braces only, you just want to mention this thing, right? Okay. So now what we did here is additionally, we created one more task using debug module. Through this message parameter, we printed that implicit variable, right? So let's see what is the output printer for this. So I'm just saving the changes. This is the code. And let's just run this. Once again, I thought of that. Okay, just wait. Yeah. So what I do is I'll just enclose that within single quote. So within the single quote, I'll just place that. So that is the only one thing that I additionally added. So it's because look at it, it shows the error only directly here. Ansible host name could be wrong. This looks like some issue missing quotes, right? So what I did is just enclosed within the single quote. That's all, right? Okay, what is the output? Can you see the expected output? Is this the expected output? That is the value that's stored in the variable. So yes, what is the value for this particular key? That is the value, right? Yeah. Okay. Likewise, So you tell me what is the purpose of this debug here? Yeah, just printing the details, right? So now, for example, I want to print, yes, you can even print multiple messages. I'm about to say that. Please wait. So I want to print the memory related details. If you want to print everything, then you use this ansible add hoc command only. So there is no specific option to print everything. Yeah. So for example, now if I want to print total memory, shall we use this particular parameter, ansible underscore mem total underscore MB. So in this, you are able to see the memory, right? So I'll use this one, ansible mem total MB. MB means you know that. So now I'll just edit this. So yes, 926 MB. So now consider you wanted to print multiple variables, right? And in case if it is multiple variables, which means array of values, of, of course you have to represent something like this. So yeah, so look at it. I just printed 3 variables here. All are implicit variable only. Ansible underscore hostname, Ansible underscore mem total, and Ansible underscore architecture. So these things are about which machine? DB node 1. So this gather facts is collecting the facts about this DB node 1, and using this debug module, we are just simply printing it. What are the messages we are printing? Only these variables value. So host name, total memory, and architecture, that is 64-bit, right? So this is how you can just keep add multiple variables also if you want. So now I'm just saving the changes. So this is the code. Observe the output. Is this the expected output for all 3 variables? DB name, RAM size, and architecture of DB node 1. Right. So now in case if you wanted to know these details for all the targets, right? Yes, you know that. My keyboard is just frequently what's happening. Yeah. Okay. So now I'll just simply say all. You know that already. So nothing new. You cannot change that, right? Because it is the fact. It is the fact about the target machine. How will you change that? For example, the memory allocated for this machine is 926 MB. And how can you change that? You cannot change that, right? That is the fact about the target. Yeah. So can you see those details for both the machines? This is the web node 1 host name, IP, sorry, memory and architecture. Again, DB node 1, memory and architecture for D1. This is for W1. Right. Okay. Next is, so these are all inbuilt facts, right? However, no, nothing there on top. It is just the OS command. One second, I'll just scroll up. So here it is just gathering facts for D1 and W1. That's all. Yeah. Okay. So now, as I said here, it is only just displaying the existing facts, right? You can even define your own facts. You can even define your own custom facts, but that we are not discussing. You only just know that. So these are all inbuilt facts. Likewise, you can also define custom facts, right? So just know that alone, right? Okay. So you can only just print it in this particular format, that is message with all the variables in array format. That's all. So no other format you can use it. So this is the command to print all the facts about DB node 1. Likewise, you can just modify the group or all that you know already. So this is enough at this level now. Let's not go deeper. Otherwise, we cannot complete the topic. Yeah. So now you know only what is fact, but why we use this fact we are here to discuss, that we will see now. Now you know what is facts and how to display the facts and all those things. Right. All right. So then now let's also understand one more thing. Consider I'm saying no here. So will the facts be collected? Yeah, of course the facts will not be collected, right? Okay. If the facts are not collected, will there be any value in these variables? No, right? Okay. Consider in your Python or Java code, you're trying to print the variable without initializing. What will happen? You're trying to print some variable A, but there is no value. You are defining it in that variable. What will happen in Python or Java? Both are same only, right? With this scenario. Yes, which will be throwing an error. Is exactly someone said not defined, right? Not defined or undefined, right? Okay. So now I am intentionally disabling this gathering facts with a no, right? Just to see what will happen if you're trying to access these variables without collecting the facts. So I'm saving the changes and running this. Yeah, read the error message in debug module. So first of all, is there any gather facts module is there? No. And in this debug module, that is display value, read the message. The task includes an option with an undefined variable. Ansible underscore hostname is undefined in line number 9. Got it? Okay. So only after collecting the facts, you can use it. In case if the fact is disabled, you cannot access those variables. That is the basic thing. Okay. So clear with all the points? All right. Along with this debug, I'll also just tell you one more information. So now if you observe the first task, the command is executed, right? Free-m command is executed. But are you able to see the output of that command on screen like addoc command? But in addoc command, it is displayed, right? In addoc command, is the output displayed for this command? If you are running any command, remember date command we executed, free command we executed, df command we executed. It's right. So I'll just show that command once. For example, ansible all -m command -a date. So are you able to see the output of this date command for both W1 and D1 on screen with addoc command? Yeah. But can you see the same thing if you are running this command through playbook? So if I say this free of M, yes, you can see the output of, that is memory details for D1 and memory details for W1. The total used, free, all you can see. but it's not happening with playbook, right? But the command is executed, but we are not able to see that. So now let's understand here how to store this output and how to display the output. So we have to explicitly store and display the output if the command is executed through playbook. That must be explicitly taken care. So now if you want to store the output in a variable, so now what I want to do, I want to store the output of this free command in the variable for this particular task. So if I want to store the output of this command in a variable, I have to use register directive. I have to use register. You know the meaning of register, general register meaning, right? So which is registering the output in a variable, any variable that you just say here. It is just the customized user defined variable. For example, mem underscore op, that is output is what I just said, or anything. It can be even your name. So I just say that mem underscore out, right? So this is the memory output meaning, right? So I'm just defining this variable starting with alphabet, any variable. You can even just say M1, right? So using this register directive, we are storing the output of this free command in this variable mem underscore output. Now we are only storing it, right? You just save and run the command. Run the playbook. Wait, I'll just remove that one. Gather facts with no. Okay. So now if you just see this run OS command, is there any difference you can see? Yes, the command is executed, but yes, the output is also stored. Still, we cannot see the output on the screen. But now the output is where? Where is the output now? The output is in variable, right? So do you know how to print the variable? How will you print the variable? Display the variable? Yes, using debug. So can you just say add that variable as well here? Yes. Can you add this debug task before run OS command? Can you add this debug task now before OS command? You can add, but will it work without any error? This line, the last line? No, it will say that undefined, right? You know that. That is the order. So only after running this, the value will be there in this. So we are printing that value, right? Okay. You can just add this variable as a fourth one here, or you can even just create one more debug. That's your wish. Consider you want to print that separately. Yes, it's your wish. So I'll just say that memory of RAM details of something you can just say. So again, the same thing, debug. Or you can even just add as a fourth one, like how I just shown earlier. So within this single quote, so this is just a single value. So we do not want to represent in array format with lines and all. I'm just printing this variable with a separate task. Or you can even just put it here itself, right? That's your wish. So as a fourth parameter, you can add it here, or as a separate task also, you can just add it here, however you want. Right. Okay. So now I'm saving the changes. So this is the playbook content, and let's just run this. Yeah, just see here. After this, one second. Yeah, after this running OS command, can you see the second task, that is memory of targets, and where it is just printing for W1. And this is the complete output of W1. So this is the output of W1. Likewise, for D1 also, you can just see the complete output. So got it, everyone? That is the purpose of register and the purpose of debug module as well. Debug is only for printing. Register is for storing the output in a variable after the execution of the command. That must be separately done in a playbook. Yes, fax also, correct. So with this, fax topic is also over. Got it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can take a break. Till 11:05, you take a break. Are you all joined? All right, let us continue. So I'll just share Chrome as well. So today, so far, we have discussed only two topics. One is this tags, and the other one is facts. And along with that facts, we have also seen this debug and restore. Sorry, register. Debug is for printing the output on the screen, and register is for storing the output in a variable. This is for printing the variable, right? And we can just print a number of variables using this debug module. So these are the things that we have seen so far today. And as I said, there are three more topics pending for closing this, and the next one will be conditionals. And before I'll proceed with conditionals, I'll just walk you through this Lex course as well. And if there are any pending in any of the other topics, let's complete. And then I'll move on to this conditional topic next. Okay. So here, this demo, in case if you wanted to practice on your own with your VDI, you can just follow this demo, and where the path is given inside your VDI only, it will work, not from your personal laptop and all. So VDI means your virtual machine that is allocated, starts with MYS, something like that. So where you can just find a few things. One is this ACOS Mark 3 script, which you can run to create the setup, and which you wanted to copy and paste it in your desktop. Also, you wanted to copy this CentOS 7.2. It's nothing but this is for all the packages, the software that we want to install, like HTTPD, MariaDB, all those things. Also, Putty is there in the same path only. You can just see that Putty also in the same path. You can just copy paste in your local desktop. So how to set up in all, each and every step is just detailed out with the complete screenshots and all those things. You can just simply go through as is without any change. It will work perfectly. Okay, so that is for setting up. And the next one is just the quiz. Let's just see that. Sorry. Which of the following operating systems support Ansible installation? Yeah. So you remember Ansible software, Ansible Python package is available only for this Linux operating system we discussed, right? So both this CentOS and Ubuntu are Linux distributions. So that will be just supported. Windows is not, also mainframe AIX is not. These two are Linux distributions. Okay. Second question, which of the following mechanism is used by Ansible to accomplish the tasks on Linux target nodes, which you know that, which is push-based, yeah, SSH connection. That also you know. Okay. So with that, I'll just go next. Then the next topic is this inventory only, which we have seen already. For example, here we just discussed the default path of this etc slash ansible, all those things, the default path, what is static file, what is dynamic file, all those things we have seen. Push-based mechanism means it's nothing but Ansible control server will be pushing that code, Ansible playbook to all the target machines, executing the playbook and then deleting it from there. That is called push-based mechanism. So Ansible control server will be pushing that code to target node, run it and delete it. That is called push-based. And there is no agent-related software in the target machines. All right, so these points, whichever there in the slide, we have already seen in detail, nothing new. The default path, static file, dynamic file, all those things, everything. Then next is the content of this inventory file also we have started seeing. What is this group name, what is the purpose of group, all those things we have seen already. Okay, just a few things alone I just wanted to discuss here. So let's just complete that right away. There is one more term called children here, right? So the purpose of this thing is, yeah. So consider so far our inventory file contains this thing. So web node 1 to 10. I'm just taking this. Likewise, DB group, DB node, some 21 to 34, assuming that. Consider some Linux service, another group with let's say MYS, IMS, Lin 001 and 2. Yeah, so this is the content now, assume that, right? Now consider what you want to do is, you want to group these two things together. You want to group these two things together. That is a parent group with subgroups. A parent group with subgroups, which means nesting of groups. So for which, let's say, I'm just defining it as WebDB. It's just the name. It can be anything. WebDB, where I'm adding only group names, no other host names, only group name, and the valid group names, which must be defined here, right? So now I just defined one more group here with the keyword children. This is the keyword. Children is the keyword. So which is nothing but WebDB is the parent group, which is having two subgroups. So now when you are running the command here, let's say if you are just saying this WebDB, right? How many machines will be taken? I'm asking how many machines. I'm not asking how many groups. I'm asking how many machines. So it is 14 plus 10, right? So totally 24. If you just refer this WebDB, which means it's taking this web group as well as DB group. Web group is having 14, DB group is, sorry, web group is having 10 and DB group is having 14. So totally 24. Right. So you can even create a parent group with subgroups inside the inventory file. So for example, you created this network Linux inventory file, right? So you can even just create this parent group with subgroups. So if you are creating this parent group with subgroup, then you can have this children keyword. So children keyword, where you can just mention n number of subgroups, so that the parent group name, if you are referring, all the subgroups will be implicitly included here. So that is the purpose of nesting groups in inventory only. Is that clear? If there are 20 groups and you want to group some 5 groups, you can use that. Right. Again, logical grouping only. Okay, that information only given here. And the rest are discussed already, nothing new. And array's name also we discussed, right? Array's name and Ansible host parameter. For example, W1, D1 we have seen, and here mail 1 is the alley's name. That's all. Apart from that, so we already discussed this particular parameter, ansible underscore host parameter, and there are 4 more other parameters as well. Let us just see those 4 parameters also, so that this topic will be completed. So the other 3 parameters are here: ansible connection, ansible user, even ansible user also I just mentioned at one point yesterday. Ansible SSH pass, ansible port. These are the other parameters. So apart from this ansible user. So the purpose of those things are, for example, here, when you are just editing this thing, so now you know that how to use this ansible host. Only if you specify this array's name, then this machine name should be just mentioned with this ansible host parameter. In case if the ansible host parameter is not given, it will be throwing an error, because ansible cannot understand which one is array's name, which one is host name, all those things. This point we have seen yesterday also. In fact, I have shown the demo also yesterday for this. So this is the parameter which we already discussed, nothing new so far. Now, apart from this, we also have 4 more parameters, right? That is, one is, now, how this Ansible is establishing connection to all the targets, using which credential? Even one question was asked, and for that I answered yesterday. How this Ansible is connecting to all the targets, using which user credential? I'm asking which, user credential. That is ANS user. So ANS user is just available in all the targets. In DB node 1, in web node 1, in all the targets, this ANS user credential is created. So that using which Ansible control node can connect to those machines. Right. Okay. Consider for web node 1, the username is ANS user. For web node 1, the username is ANS user. Whereas for DB node 1, there is no ANS user. It is some other user, some other naming convention. Let's say the username is DevOps. It is just the username, I mean. So if the user names are different for every machine, then you can just define ansible underscore user to just mention using which user credential Ansible has to connect to this machine. So Ansible will connect to this web node 1 using ANS user. Ansible will connect to this DB node 1 using DevOps user. So that is the purpose of ANS user. Now, if you want to specify the password as well in this Ansible SSH pass, let's say the password, then you can just use this Ansible SSH pass equal to the password. Let's say in fiat 123 is the password, means you just mentioned that. So to specify the username and the password, you can use these two parameters for the specific node. Usually different users we will not be using, mostly same user only will be using in the production environment. So that is this one, Ansible user and Ansible SSH pass. Then next is Ansible connection. So this Ansible connection, we need not say that in case if it is Linux machine, it's because you know that if it is Linux machine which will be connecting to SSH. So we do not want to mention that explicitly, right? Consider DB node 2 and DB node 2 is Windows machine, right? And in case if it is Windows machine, of course, then we can just say that it is Windows machine just by, there is a typo. Yeah, that you can just ignore. So if it is Windows machine, then the connection type is, as you know that, which is WinRM. So to specify the connection type only, we can use this Ansible underscore connection, whether it is SSH or WinRM, right? Also, the final one is, if it is Linux machine, then it is just connecting to the default port, that is 22 if you remember, right? And in case if it is any other port number, let's say if it is Windows machine, the port number may vary, right? So in that case, if you want to specify the port number, you can just mention that port number, what is that it is, right? So that is the purpose of Ansible underscore port. So Ansible underscore connection is to specify the connection type, that is SSH or WinRM. Ansible underscore user and password is to specify the username and password of the target machine. Port number is to specify the port only. So these are the additional parameters you can just specify in inventory, and you need not just check all these things here, right? Okay, yes, when it is in Windows, we can just say connection equal to WinRM. Yes, different OS will have different port numbers, yes. All right, those concepts only discussed in this. With that, this inventory topic is over. So then one more demonstration video you can just see. All these demonstration, I just already ensured that I just shown everything. So you can just go through this video. Exercise, you can just leave it. It's because there is no practice environment for you. That's the reason. Okay, then let's go with the next. No, I really cannot give time for this practice. It's because considering the strength and the questions that I'll be getting. But anyhow, I'll just show you how you can create a demo setup in your VM in the afternoon. So the same type of questions only you'll be getting. It's nothing different. Just a second. It's nothing different from this quiz. Whatever there in the Ansible course in Lex, the same thing only. Similar type of questions only you'll be getting that. So that's not needed. So afternoon, when time permits, I'll just ask any one of you to share your VM so that I'll just show the setup in your machine. So the same points only. I'll follow the same points that's already given in this demo setup so that you can, if you are interested, you can try it out. Okay. Then next, this introduction to YAML is just for your understanding purpose because this playbook is just written in YAML format, right? It is just the prerequisite kind of stuff. It's just for your understanding purpose. So go through that. The next is one question on this YAML format. So which of the following format is supported by YAML? Okay, let's just check this answer alone because one or two are giving different answers. That's the reason. Okay, so in this case, the format that is just supported by this YAML is JSON, right? Okay. Then there is a next video about how to create a playbook. This playbook creation only yesterday afternoon I just discussed, right? No, that format name, the JSON format that we are writing, right? That is called as just the format name JSON, the code that we have written inside the playbook. That is what it is supporting. That's all. Why is it not supporting key value pair means there is no specific reason. That's what it supports. Yeah. Okay. So the role of this Ansible in network stream is for automation. You will learn that in your FA3 or FA4, you will learn that automation only everywhere. Even with the Linux administration, it is automation only. So you will know that. In fact, in one focus area, you will be using it. Network automation using Ansible is the section there for you. All right, so then this is the complete playbook and how to write a playbook, how to run the playbook, all those things explained in this. And the skeleton, that is the play, how important the order is, all those concepts were explained in this. I hope you all have gone through this video already, everyone. Everyone, are there any points which we have not covered in this playbook video? Have you gone through? So I covered all the points. If you have not gone through, please ensure that you are going through all those things. Okay, then I'll just go with this quiz on playbook. Yeah, much simple. So what is the directive you can use inside the playbook to specify the pseudo privilege that you know already? We have started running playbooks and number of playbooks with this directive. That is backup, right? Okay. So exactly these kind of questions only you'll be getting. It is in playbook they're asking, so that become option. All right. So the next video is about what is module. For example, ping module, command module, all those modules we have seen, right? So this is the very generic example they're just explaining here. Yes, the language that we use to write Ansible playbook is YAML only. No other language. I answered your questions multiple times, Harinath. Why are you repeating the same question? Then this is for creating and running the playbook, especially that options also. So can you remember the options that I just explained? Like this is a complete demo you can just see. So yesterday evening have seen what is that error and the syntax check, all the different options. Those options only just explained in this. Then that step option, those things only explained here. So this also covered. An exercise you can just ignore and then quiz on this module. Let's see the quiz. Okay, so this also we have seen. -L and -S options we have seen. So just answer for this question. Which of the following command is used to display all modules? Right. So all the modules means, yes, we have seen that with the option -L. Right, if you remember. -L means list all the modules. -S means snippet, you remember? And the second question is, Joel, an administrator, wants to stop HTTPD service on CentOS machine using service module, and he wanted to know the help information about service module. So to know the information about the service module, what will you do? Yeah, so remember, yesterday we have seen this. We tried with the ping module and copy module, right? So you can just use this -S and the name of the module so that it will just display the detailed information about this service module. So likewise, it can be any module, right? Yeah. So this is for displaying all the just the name of the modules, and this is for displaying the detailed information about specific module. Yeah, you submit, you try submit. I hope you're all trying it out in your machine now. You please submit. The link is already shared. If not, you go to Lex and search for that and then try on your own. All right. So we covered everything here. We just completed this introduction to Ansible, managing infrastructure using playbook, all those things we covered. And finally, we are here. This control playbook execution. -W with what? With which one? No, with which command you mean? Monica. Question number 1, no? Okay. No, you can just see that. What is the meaning of that? If there are any specific meaning, you just simply go to this Ansible doc and then try with this help, and where it will be listing all the options. There is no such W only. Only L is there and then some S is there. There is no such W option only available. You can try this help command with that if you want to know the complete list. All right. Yeah. So finally, we started with this controlling the playbook's execution only. So if you observe, everywhere we are controlling only, right? Using this tag, we control the playbook, and we only discuss this facts also. So for example, if you go and see this tags, so for every topic, you actually can see three things. One is conceptual explanation. What is tag, why tag, all those conceptual explanation. And the complete demo, whichever I have shown, that list tags, skip tags, all those options, demo you can see. Also quiz and exercise. Exercise you can ignore. Otherwise, the other three things you just go through one by one. So everything I just already covered. For example, if you just take this tags here, um, so just covered this tags, skip tags, and how to specify the tag names with the playbook while running. And in case if the tag names are same, what will happen? So all those things we covered. And what is this always tag? Everything. So nothing left. Even this never tag with the version. All the points are just discussed in the class. You just go through the video alone end to end. That's all. Nothing new you can find in this. Then demo you can just see the same thing like what I have shown. In fact, this demos conceptual videos are system recorded video. Demos me only just recorded and uploaded that, so you can just see all the demos here, the same skip tags, those explanations only, right? It's nothing new again here. How to define, how to access. Again, I just initially started with started task context, right? The same thing only, in similar flow only it will just go. So just go through that, nothing new. And then quiz. So quiz we'll see. Okay. So which of the following directive is used to mention the tags of, yeah, just a simple one again. Yeah, it is tags, not tag, right? Yeah, just tags. All right, this exercise, let's just skip. So likewise, if you just come to this facts also, where you can see the explanation for facts. So for example, you can just see what is that facts and certain variables. Yes, similar question, that's all. In the similar pattern only it will come. You just go through the video, understand the concepts, that's all. Likewise, there are any question will come. It's not like we can just give the dumps in the legs and similar questions will be there in your assessment, right? Yeah. Okay, so that is the format. That's all. So now you can just see what is facts explained, and then the debug also explained here. What is this gather facts with yes, no, how to display the output. Same thing, nothing new you can find in this concepts. And then this setup module that I explained, and then the filter options, the same thing only. That's all. And then this is just the conceptual explanation. And we can also just see. So the number of questions I just checked with the both of your batch owners. They have not given the exact split up because sometimes it may change, and it is. I'll give you some information after this thing. So, and you can just see some demo also, the same demo that I have just shown in the session. So you can just see that ad hoc command first, and the same output, explanation of that same output, what I did already. And then, one second. So running the playbook, defining the the same thing. And finally, that error also, that undefined error also explained over there. And finally, one quiz one. So just see this thing. Identify the appropriate module to retrieve all the information about targets. Yeah, you know that? It is setup module, right? We have seen that. Yeah. And next one is identify the variable which is used to retrieve the host name. But don't think that all those variable names you wanted to memorize. Whichever given in the video alone, you just want to go through. That's all. You need not memorize all 100 plus or 200 plus ansible variables, right? So the things that are explained in the video is enough. So you know that ansible underscore host name is the parameter that we used to display the host name. And it is not ETH0 or host, right? That's all. Okay, so that is about this facts quiz. Yeah, that's all. Okay, so this is what we have seen so far. So everything that we have seen so far is already there in Lex. The same explanation, similar examples, everything. Just go through all the videos. It's a kind of refresher only. You can just recap. It's because it is the video based course only. So you can just spend less time only. You don't want to really read. You just listen. That's enough, right? Yeah. All right. With that, now, yes, the last self assessment also we will go to. Yeah, that we will just take it as a um, kind of connect only. We will complete the last self assessment. End of the day, we'll just see that. Yeah. All right. So now um, let's just go with the conditionals topic. So the other three topics are little lengthy. So now in the morning, if I complete conditionals, in the afternoon, I can complete this loops and variables. And morning after completing these conditionals, I'll also just ask you to share your machine so that we'll just let you know how you can create that setup. But provided yesterday, as I said, admin access is needed. Maybe if, I guess yesterday someone said network batch is having admin access. So with that machine, I'll just show in your machine only. All right, so that is the plan for today. Now, before starting with conditionals, just a second. Yeah. So with respect to objective assessment, it is on one second. Yeah, so it is on 1st August, right? Yeah, Monday. Yeah. So the weightage, the maximum marks is actually 30. The total marks is 30. And the number of questions will be approximately, yeah, that's what, the 30 will be just rounded off to 20%. Yeah, let's not go into that and all. The number of questions you will get is approximately 22 to 27. Minimum 22 to 27. Right. So those many questions. And it is for 30 marks, but then the final weightage will be rounded off accordingly. 20% or 30%, however, it will be taken accordingly. So the number of questions are, as I said, 22 to 27. It may vary. And duration is, that I'm not sure, 1 hour, I guess. Let me just check once. Yeah, duration is 1 hour only. So you will just receive the Lex link on that day. Let's say the Lex link can be accessed by 10 o'clock, means you have to sharp start that Lex link at 10 o'clock. Also, as I already said, just ensure that you have a good bandwidth internet connection without any interruption, right? No, I'm just roughly saying 10 o'clock. So 3:30 is your exam time. You can just start by 3:30 p.m. So ensure that you have a good bandwidth internet connection without any issue. And then you must be having audio as well as video. Both are mandatory. So both are mandatory. Without audio and without video, you cannot take it up. Right. So ensure that your audio in your laptop is working fine and the video is also working fine. I mean, the camera is just detecting everything fine without any issue. Right. Question levels are like how it's just given in the Lex only. The sample questions given in self assessment. Right. Okay. Then next is with respect to the syllabus, all the courses that you just learned in this FA1. For example, network batch so far have gone through CIS overview, ITIL, and then OS overview and the Linux fundamentals, app lifecycle management and cloud virtualization, storage and backup, network fundamentals, and introduction to Ansible. These are the 5 courses completed for network batch so far, right? So likewise, there are some list of courses that is ITIL again, and then few more courses for Linux batch also, right? Yeah. So all the courses that you just learned in FA1, right, so far till today, starting from ITIL till this introduction to Ansible, all the courses that you learned so far, including ITIL, right, will be the syllabus for this objective exam. And the number of questions we cannot exactly say. Let's say it is totally some 27 questions, assuming I'm just giving the approximate figure, don't go with the same. If it is 27 questions, right, overall for 1 hour in the objective exam, maybe some 2 questions from ITIL and some 6 or 7 questions from introduction to Ansible, something like that. So split up will be there for every course. For network batch, we have been taught network fundamentals, but in FE portal, it is not showing. No, it will come. That's what in general, I'm just telling. All the courses starting from ITIL till introduction to Ansible. ITIL was your first course, right? And introduction to Ansible is your last course, right? All these courses. That's all. Negative marking as usual, like how it was happened for your generic. The same thing only applicable. Throughout your training, the same thing is applicable. Okay, if it's not showing in FE portal, maybe they'll just update that. But all the courses that you learned so far, starting from ITIL till today. So I'll just ask Gaurav to just address this question. I mean, you are saying you learned something and that's not seen in FP something you are saying, right? I'll just, maybe Sanjay can just check and help on this. Sanjay, are you connected now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Maybe you can just check with Gaurav and confirm that, Sanjay.
Just 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
So, can you please repeat that question again?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, no issues. They were asking, 1 second. Can you just ping that question again? Because it's just gone up. Someone asked that question, right? Please ping that question again in the chat box. I have to search a lot in the chat box. Yeah. They were asking, just see the chat box, Sanjay.
Yes, I got it. For network batch, we have been taught network fundamentals, but in FP portal, it's not showing. So, will it be coming? I mean, network fundamentals, I think they have undergone it well with, right?
No, your voice is not clear.
Already they have undergone with the network fundamentals. The network.
That's what they're saying. I have no idea.
Okay, let me get back.
Yeah. Just check that and then get back on that. Yeah, please wait. He'll check and get back. He did not update anything. He'll check and get back. Yeah, please wait. All right. I hope I answered all your questions related to objective exam. Wait, this question, he will check and get back. Except that question, other questions, I hope everyone is clear. Yeah, he'll speak with Gaurav and then he will anyhow confirm on that. So we are not concluding anything. Only after checking with him only we can conclude anything. Yeah. Any other doubts other than this? No, exam will not be there for bench people. Yes, Mayureshwar. Any other doubt? So you just ensure that audio is fine, video is fine. That is essential with good bandwidth. Yes, net speed. Yes, with good internet connection.
Aishwari.
Yeah.
No, Gaurav was, I think he's on some other call.
Okay.
If I check with FP, right, already it is done. The network part is done for them. And it is reflecting there with a red highlight.
But they are telling something like this will come in second FA2 only something they received the mail and all with Gaurav. It's better in the break only we'll talk to him and then we'll confirm Sanjay.
Yes.
During lunch break or maybe you can just reach him. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And the next course will be fundamentals of routing. So, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Please wait. He will discuss with Gaurav during break. Gaurav is also in session. We'll check and update you in the after the break, lunch break.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Everyone, please wait for that question alone. Yeah, okay. I just that's fine. Even if you are receiving the mail, we will also get the clarification once because we were not looped in, right? Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. If no more doubt, I'll just continue with that topic, the remaining topic. Now let's continue with conditionals. When I am not getting your question, what to do if you want to continue answerable means I'm not getting that question. It's not like only Ansible. Ansible is a separate technology, and you can just um, go only with Ansible. Ansible is the integral part, meaning you can automate network operations. You can automate Linux operating system operations. You can operate Windows operating system operations. You can also automate database operations. So you can use this Ansible horizontally, meaning you can use it with a network, you can use it with a storage, you can use it with a database, you can use it with operating system. It's not like you can only travel through only Ansible. So it is the integration. It's not a separate technology. I hope you got the point that I just mean. If you are network stream, you will understand where you are using this Ansible for automation in your network stream. In fact, as I said already.
Hi, Ishwari. I just got a mail from Gaurav, which has been sent to the trainees as well.
Okay.
The network batch people, what you have raised is it is being clearly mentioned from Gaurav's side. If you can have a look over with your mail, objective exam date will be on 1st August, and the total marks that is assigned is 30, right? And total questions are 25 to 27. So this objective will cover with ITIL CIS overview and also OS overview and Linux fundamentals, app lifecycle, and network fundamentals, introduction to Ansible. So till 29th, whichever the course you have undergone with, right? FA1.
Yeah.
So everything will be the part of objective on 1st August that is going to be conducted.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It is
So
clearly mentioned from Gaurav.
Yeah. So everyone, then the same thing only. Do not compare with. Do not go to FP and all. It is updated. It is not updated there and all. Whichever the mail that you received from Gaurav, you just go as per the same mail only. So he has already mentioned. In fact, I got that snip only from Chandru as well. I asked Chandru to check with Gaurav. So the same screenshot only I too got it. So he clearly mentioned that objective exam is on 1st August. Total marks is 30. Total questions is 25 to 27. Syllabus, all the 5 bullet points he clearly listed. So all the courses you have to go through. And even with respect to split up, he added that line, it seems.
Yes.
So,
yes,
yeah.
He has added the split up as well. So
Yeah.
every no split up with respect to marks. Everything will be completely consolidated with respect to FA1 objective itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I hope that mail is just clear for everyone. Go as per the same mail. Do not compare it with FP. So even similar to this for Linux batch as well, whichever you learnt starting from ITIL, including ITIL. So including ITIL, then all the other courses till this introduction to Ansible today will come for your objective exam. Yes, that's any time. Always only. Okay, qualifying percentage and all, let us not discuss now. This was discussed as part of the batch ownership addressing itself. And anyhow, you can just ask that later on. After completing your hands-on also, when your BOs are addressing your batch, you can just check for those things if you have any further query. It was already informed, but still, if there are any doubts, let us not go into that now. All right. So with that, very good. Is this mock or actual test? Everyone? It is actual test. Usually for objective exam, there won't be any mock conducted. Only for hands-on exam, we used to conduct mock exam and then actual exam. Objective exam is direct, actual. There won't be any mock at all for objective. So that is your actual exam. So go through all the courses, prepare well, ensure that video audio is fine. Otherwise, it will be gone. And even one more point, even when you are just, it is not the human video proctored like hands-on course. It's like how you took up your DBMS and Python or Java in Lex IDE, right? So in similar manner only this objective exam also. So no one will be manually proctoring you, but the system will keep capturing your audio, your background noise. Your audio should be in enable state all the time, which means you should not go on mute. If you are going on mute or if your video is not available, then the system will automatically pop up that notification and that will be capturing it in the backend. So if that is not detected, if your audio is not detected, if your video is not detected, it will just throw error and it will just give some 1 or 2 warnings, number of warnings, I'm not sure. Then it will just nullify your mark. So just take care of that. Ensure that you are just there in the uh, environment where there is no interruptions or any other major sounds. And yes, head movement here and head movement is possible, okay only. But then if you are just turning some other side and all, I cannot conclude that that is a system one. So you cannot go to other screens and all, which you might have already experienced through this DBMS and Python, which is IDE based exam only, right? In similar manner only. So ensure that you are just following all the guidelines. That's all. So guidelines must be strict, must be followed. It has to be strictly followed. Then it is the camera, your webcam issue only. If there are anything related to face and other things and all. Okay, further, let us not go into this. Let's stop that here. Just the guideline, I just want to update you once again, though it was informed multiple times. Fine, with that, let's just close that objective exam topic. So let's just back to this Ansible topics. So 3 more topics. Yes, hoping for that. So now let's just continue with this conditional topic, and then in the afternoon, loop and variable will see as planned. So the conditional topic is, one sec. Yeah. So we already discussed about fact. So fact means it is just collecting the metadata about the target machine. So what is fact we have seen already, but why fact or where are we using fact is what we have not yet seen, right? Okay. So consider the scenario. Let's take to understand this. Consider you want to install in your please stop that conversation, requesting your attention here. That Me Too hashtag will always have a huge count. So let's not go into that. Please come back to the session mode. Please stop discussing the general things. Yeah. Okay. So coming to this, the scenario is consider in your personal laptop. Consider in your personal laptop, you want to install some Oracle database. Right. You want to install some Oracle database. Generally, Oracle database is very heavy. Assume that nowadays you cannot just face that, but still assume that your laptop is your personal laptop is of just 4 GB RAM. Your laptop is of just 4 GB RAM. Very long time back, you just purchased that. Assume that. Even now, you can add the slots and all, but let's not go into that. Right now, your personal laptop is having 4 GB RAM. Right. Okay. Now, in that 4 GB RAM, you install too many things. Some Windows operating system, .NET, and likewise, there are so many software you already installed in it, right? And you can see the memory utilization, right? That is in your task manager. You can go and see the memory utilization. So consider it's almost 80% is just being used, even if you are running only required software for you for your daily learning or something, right? Now, hardly out of 4 GB, hardly some 400 or 500 MB only just free, right? Similarly, this is about RAM, that is primary memory. Coming to disk, that is secondary memory. Let's say your computer is having 200 GB space only. Nowadays, it is not minimum 500 GB we are getting. Consider you have only 200 GB, and out of the 200 GB, right? Almost 170 GB is just used in your personal laptop, right? So roughly I'm taking just 200 GB. Almost some 170 GB is just used. And you just left with only 30 GB of disk space free. Only 30 GB of disk space is free, right? So this is your environment. Assume that. Now with that environment, you want to install this Oracle database, right? So before installing any database, any software, not database, before installing any, considering all these points, right? Before installing any software, what are the general check you do? there'll be some prerequisites you may want to ensure, right? What are those general prerequisites? Yes. So you can check the RAM free space, disk free space, right? Yeah. Also, the version compatibility, right? Yeah, someone said that. The version compatibility, which means, let's say, Oracle database, the version 12c, assuming that Oracle 12c database will work only with Windows starting from Windows 7, but you have assumed that you have Windows XP, then it is not compatible to install the software, right? Or it will work only with Windows 8 and you have only Windows 7. Or you have some Windows Server 2012 32-bit, but it requires a 64-bit, right? That's what. So you wanted to check all these prerequisites, right? So the memory required, the disk space required, and the software compatibilities, which means the OS compatibility or any other prerequisite software is needed. Sometimes if you want to install SQL developer and all, which requires Java. So JDK should be there, whether it is OpenJDK or all those things, you have to ensure that, which means in general, you want to check the metadata about the target, correct? Is it something like you want to just collect the metadata about target machine and you want to check that condition? Only if those conditions are satisfied, then you can proceed with installing the software, right? Let's say the RAM size, the disk space is just 30 GB, and for Oracle, minimum 50 GB is needed, then you cannot proceed, right? So, before you are doing any task, not only installation, in general, I'm saying, before you are doing any task, you will just collect some prerequisite about the targets. You'll be collecting all the prerequisites about the targets, and you will check the condition, and only if the condition is satisfied, it will just proceed with execution of the task, right? So this is the whole scenario. How are we doing it here? For example, here consider what is the target server, the target server operating system and its version that we have seen. What is the target server here in this environment? That is DB node 1 and web node 1. Yes, it is Linux and the distribution is CentOS and the version of CentOS is version of CentOS is 7, right? Okay. So we just want to check in the target machine, the version is CentOS 7 or not. Only if it is CentOS 7, I want to install that. In case if it is not CentOS, I don't want to install that. Which means, is it something like exact conditional statement that you learned in Python and Java? If condition is satisfied, then do. And the else section is mandatory. Is else section mandatory? Is else section mandatory? Why I can see two answers. Yes, no, you have to say exactly one. Think and say. Is else section mandatory in Python or in Java? Is there any concept called a simple if? What is meant by simple if? So simple if means if condition is true, then do the task. If condition is false, no task. That is called a simple if, right? Only true task. And false task is not mandatory in any language or even in scripting language. So even you can just have only true task. False task is not mandatory all the time. If that's needed, you can add it. That's your wish based on the business requirement, right? But syntactically, that's not mandatory, right? Okay. So now what I want to do is I'll just create a new file, conditional.yaml. So 3 hyphens, 3 dots, name of the play, and then the target machines, all I'm taking, and a task. Sudo is needed or not. I'll do the installation. So I'll take this sudo. That's all. Tasks. And I'll just install. So I'll simply install some package using yum module. That's all. By passing the name and this thing. So this is a simple one which you already know, nothing new. Right. So now, is this task executed on all the targets, irrespective of operating system or version, whatever? Yeah, it is just trying to execute in all the targets, right? Because we are not checking any condition. Only if this condition is satisfied, you have to go and run this task in that machine. If the condition is not satisfied, you don't want to run. We are not telling anything. We are simply writing perform this task, do this task. So it's going to all the targets and doing that task. That is running the task, right? Okay, but I don't want in that way. Now what I want to do is I want to collect the target database operating system, whether it is CentOS or Ubuntu or Windows or whatever, and also the version. What is the version? I want to collect that, and then I want to check the condition, and only if the condition is satisfied, I want to go with that. If the condition is not satisfied, that's all. I don't want to run that. Simple. No else task. And here in Ansible, it is not like Ansible is not a programming language, as you know that, right? It's a kind of scripting. So it's not like in Python you have multiple if and else and all. There is no such concept here. Only simple if is there here. That's all. It's not like if else if later, nested if, all those things. No such concepts. Do not compare it with the programming language. Here it is only simple if. If condition true, then true task. If condition false, nothing. That's all. That is the working principle. So now of course, it'll be executed. It's nothing new in this code. So I'll just run this code now. So this is the content of this playbook. And as usual, I'm running, which is well known and nothing new in this. So as usual, it is gathering the facts for all the nodes and installing the software. That's all. Right. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to check the condition. Two conditions I want to check. Is the version, is the Linux distribution is CentOS? Is the Linux distribution CentOS? And is the CentOS version 7? And only if these two conditions are satisfied, I want to run that task. Otherwise, I don't want to run that task. No else part. So now let us just say that. How will you take the distribution and version? Can you remember the variable name, that is Ansible variable name? Can you remember that? Distribution. Okay, I'll just display that. One sec. What is the issue in this line? What is the error? What should I add? No. Yeah. Filter. Is the command fine? So it's showing this Ansible distribution and distribution version and all for W1 as well as this D1. So shall we use these variables? Ansible distribution and Ansible distribution major version. Can we use that? Yeah. So I'm just editing this file with that. You can even check this in website docs.ansible.com. Okay. So now the keyword in Python and Java and all, what is the keyword to specify the condition? Yeah, it is if, right? Whereas here it is when. When means which is equal to if only. That is the usual meaning, right? So when you're available, just ping me, we used to say, right? So by the time you're available, the same meaning, almost similar meaning. Okay, when colon. And here you can just say the condition. So the condition is Ansible distribution major version is, what is the value? It is 7. And so we can use, if it is single condition, then you can just leave it. For example, yeah. So if it is just the I cannot paste it here. Just a second. Yeah. So let's say only this Ansible distribution with CentOS, then it is fine. Right. Let's say CentOS 7, 8, whatever. I want to take all the versions, then leave it. No, I don't want to take all the CentOS version. I only wanted to take 7 or 8. Right. So then you can just take that logical operators, right? So which means Ansible distribution is CentOS, right? And Ansible version, distribution version is, this is the variable name. I have to use the same variable, is 7. So here I'm just giving logical, I'm using logical operators. You know what is logical operator already. So and or not. So and means only if all the conditions are satisfied, it will work. Or means any one of the conditions is just satisfied, it will work. Not means reverse. The same working principle, nothing new. Right. Otherwise, you can even give only one condition. That is depending on the business requirement. Right. Okay. So if you observe this thing, you can just see the same thing, like what is conditional and how to just write the condition. Example is just given here. So for example, logical operator and or not. So it is a and D, not symbol. I have to change the a and D or, that is the symbol. Right. Okay, let's just check that. So now Ansible distribution version equal to 7 and Ansible distribution is CentOS. No, which one is capital? That's fine only. No, case, no. Case is just given here. It is lower case only. No uppercase. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so then Ansible distribution is, the data is supposed to be the same case only. So that you have to take it. That I'll just show it again. For example, I'm just adding CentOS here, right? Look at the data. It is CentOS, C in capital, OS in capital. So it has to be given in the same. Data is always case sensitive, right? You know that. Irrespective of any operating system, data is always case sensitive, right? This is data. CentOS is data. So I'll just give the same one only. That's okay. Yeah. So if you just observe this line, this is the additional line we added for this particular task. What is the line we added? When is the keyword? When colon is the keyword. And then we have given this logical operator, which means multiple conditions. It can be n number of condition, right? So what is the condition here? The indentation is as per the usual lines only, with the fifth line only. That's all. So then all the implicit variable as is, right? So Ansible distribution version is 7 and Ansible distribution is CentOS, right? So you cannot just use double ampersand. it is in letters form, right? Okay, so now consider I want to install it in only, it is the equality. Double equality is the equality operator. So now only in CentOS 8 machines I want to install this. What is the condition now? Only in CentOS 8 machines. In case if it is greater than or equal to 8 means, yes, you can use that greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, all those things you can use it. Relational operators, right? So the relational operators you can just use as is, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to, double equal to, all those things. The same meaning what you learned in Java or Python. There is no change in relational operator anytime, right? Okay. So now, if you just observe here, we have given these two conditions. Are there any target satisfying this condition? No, right? It's because both of our targets are 7. Right? Both of our targets are 7. So that based on this particular condition, so though it is satisfied, though this condition is satisfied, but this condition is not satisfied. So since we are using this logical and it will return false only. So if it's false means it will not work. Right. Let us run this. So I'm saving the changes. So this is the code. And let us run this. So ansible playbook and conditionals. Look at it. Just observe this task install software. Is it running in W1 and D1? No, it's not running in W1 and D1. It's skipping. Why is it skipping? It's because the condition is not satisfied, so that it is skipped. Right. That's all. So now let's just check one more condition also. So the other condition can be, now you remember, if you're trying to, the other scenario that we earlier faced, you remember one scenario we faced and that issue can be resolved now. You also raised that multiple times with respect to the clues, with respect to order, task order. Can you remember? With respect to installation and starting of service, I'm only telling. Yeah, someone said install. Yeah. So before you are starting, can you just check whether the software is installed and then you can start? So can you just check whether the software is installed and then you can just start it using using this when class, you can just check software is installed or not, right? Yeah. Okay. Or one more example is like, consider if the Apache server is down. If Apache server is down means what will be the output there for this systemctl status command? If Apache is stopped. Yeah, it was having, remember, dead or inactive word, right? Yeah. If the output variable contains dead or inactive word, so it means Apache is stopped, right? So in that case, can we send a mail to the respective person as a notification? Yeah, you can even just try that, right? For example, one more example given here that I'll just show that. but not exactly. Yeah. So now I'm just editing this again. Now the next requirement is if Apache service is down, then we want to send a mail. So how will you check? You can just check the status just by using the command module. What is the command to check the status? Share your command to check the status. No one has given the correct command. To check the status of this service. RPM is for checking the service status. System CTL, right? RPM is for checking software is there or not the service is running or not, right? Everyone? So, system CTL, status, and the service name. So, this is for checking the status, right? Yeah. So, I'm just running that command. So, shall we store this output in a variable? What should I say? To store the output in a variable, think and say. Yeah. It is register, not debug. Debug is exactly same as print. Without storing, how can you print? Now I want to store. So for storing, it is register. If you want to print, you add debug, but I don't want to print now. So I'll just say that Apache output or Apache status, just the variable. So now this command's output, whichever we saw on the screen, right? Whichever we saw on the screen is just stored in this variable. For example, intentionally, I'll just stop it. So it is stopped now. So this is the output, right? Which means this variable contains this particular output that is there in this variable, right? All right. So this is for checking the status. After checking the status, now what I want to do is I want to just send some mail. When I want to send the mail, so mail and all I'll not be showing because that is not doable here. To send the mail and all, we can use this mail module. But then what is the condition? To send this mail, what is the condition? When? Okay, when it is down means how will you check? Yeah, how will you check? Here. Yes, dead and all is fine. If it contains dead or inactive, you want to send the mail. Yeah, so this variable, is this variable containing only dead word or multiple lines? Multiple lines. So shall we say Apache status variable contains some dead word or if it finds some word. So for finding only here there is something. So the variable name dot std output, and in that output if we are finding this dead word, right? If you are finding this dead word, then if the condition is just finding this word, then the output will be not equal to -1. It will be some other value. In case if the dead word is already not there, if the dead word is not there, then the output will be -1, right? So if it is not equal to -1, then which means it just contains something, right? So I'll use the same thing only. So when the variable is Apache status dot std out dot find is having some dead word. The same case here it is dead only, right? So the same dead word. And if the output is not equal to -1, which means if it is found, then instead of mail, so find is the inbuilt function. Oh yeah, wait. Thanks. So instead of sending mail, I will just print something on the screen instead of sending mail. It can be anything, right? I cannot send the mail now. That's the reason. So I'll just say that. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, yeah, that quote I'll modify now. I'll just say that. So this I'll just check. Web Apache is down something, I'm saying. You can even just send the mail, but that is not doable here. Right. Displaying the value will be very lengthy. Okay, otherwise, only I can even just take like this. So, only if it is down, I want to show the message on the screen. If it is not down, then I don't want to, right? So, I'll just print the variables value only, the same variable only in printing. Okay. So, if it contains dead, it will print. If it's not containing anything, then it will not print anything, right? Okay, that is the text. So this message will not be printed all the time, and this message will be printed only if it is down. So Apache is down is the task name, right? All right. So let's just see now. No error, I guess. Let's try. So this is the content. So added this thing to store the output of this, and this is for storing the output of this command. And here we are not printing all the time, and we are just printing only when this variable contains dead. Right, only if it is dead, we want to print the output on the screen. If it is running, we don't want to print the output on the screen. Right, that is the meaning. So in the place of this debug, you can also just add the mail, something like that. The example given here, to which ID we want to send, what is the subject, what is the body, mail body, all those things. All right, so now let's try. Yeah. Now let's just observe the output. Is this printing for W1? Is this printing for W1? What is that it prints? So 1 second. First check the status only, it shows something. Wait. Standard output. The command itself is not executed. Let me just check that. Okay, I got the issue. So what I do is, I'll explain. Please wait. I'll just add ignore errors. Ignore errors, yes. Okay. Oh, there is a typo. Okay, ignore errors. Yes, okay. So this is the code. This is the code. And let's run. Observe now. It's because of the error, it's not proceeding with the other things. That's the reason. All right, look at it. So the first one is, the first task is gathering facts. So the facts is gathered. And second task is install. So install is skipping in both the machines. It's because both are CentOS 7. So the condition is not satisfied so that it is not executed, right? Okay. Now, why it is showing this particular error is, right? It's because this command itself, we are running this systemctl status command, right? So that command is not executed successfully. It's because it is down, right? So it is just considering it as a failed only. The command is just considered it as failed only. So I'm ignoring that. I'm ignoring that command's output, right? So then let's go to the last task. What is the last task? Apache is down is the task that I printed, right? So just observe the output. Is it printing inactive and dead for W1? Similarly, in D1 also, I'll just see whether in D1 it is down or not. That is in DB node. So here, let me just check first and then I'll. Without I'm completing only, you people are just started asking too many things. Please wait. So now, is it down in both the machines? Is it down in both the machines? Yes, it is down in both the machines, right? Okay. So now for W1, if you just observe, that is, this is what we are printing here. What is the one that I'm printing here? Apache is down. This is the task. And when this task will execute as per the condition, only if this status containing, status is containing dead word, then it will just print the output, right? So now in this case, both the targets are having this dead word, right? Yeah. So now with that, as per this task that you have written, this particular task, if you are understanding, just scroll down. Apache is down as the task. And with W1, yes, it is down only. It's because it's already containing this dead word. So I can see the output. Similarly, you just scroll down. Can we just see the same dead word for D1 as well? Yes, it's because even in D1 also, it's already inactive and dead only. So you can just see the same output here, right? It's just dead and the thing stopped only, right? Where is that word? Here you can see. So it's just down. So now what I do is I will start it. I will start it. So what is the status in web node 1? What is the status in web node 1? It is running. What is the status in DB node 1? It is dead, right? Okay. Now with that, if you just see this particular code, so will this output be printed for web node 1? Will this output be printed for web node 1? Yeah, it will not, right? It's because it's not containing dead word. And will this output printed for this one, DB node 1? Yes, it's because this output contains dead word, right? Yeah, okay. Is that the meaning of this particular task? Only if it is failed, we have to print it. If it's not failed, which means if it's running, we don't want to print. Now let us rerun and then let's observe that section alone. Let it complete and then we'll go to that section. Look at this, Apache is down. Is it running in W1? Yeah. You know why is it not running, right? Because the condition is not satisfied, which means it does not contain the word dead, right? So it is skimmed. Whereas for D1, that Apache status variable contains the word dead, which means condition is satisfied. So it's printing the output. Got it now? The purpose of when, all those things. Why it is printing message? This is what the message, right? STD out. This is the error message, right? That we could see here. The same message you can see here. All the lines. Are these the lines you are able to see here? The same lines. These are the error messages you could see here. The same text. Stopped, all those things. Yes, only if the word contains a dead, it will print. Yeah, only if it is down, I want to print, which means I want to send mail. If it is not dead, I don't want to send the mail. Why to unnecessarily send the notification? So instead of mail part, I have added the debug part. That's all. All right. This red color part, let us not go into deeper because I may have to explain a lot. That's the reason. You only know this section. Yeah, I know. When should I give the logical break? So let's complete this. I need hardly 2 more minutes. Please wait. I'm parallelly seeing the clock. It is just the condition. So on top of you all, I'm just continuously speaking. Right. I understand that listening is also important. Okay, so now the same thing is what explained here. Nothing new in one sec. Yeah, so nothing new in this. You can just go through that. This part only finally I just took, since we cannot just show the mail part and all, I just show the debug part. Right. Register also I already explained. So this is about this conditionals, and then the demo that I have shown here is also explained here extensively. Finally, the quiz section is there. Only one question. That's very simple. You know that you can just answer that. So simple. Yeah, it is just when is the director. That's all. And there is no such if, else if, case, nothing available in Ansible. It's not like programming language. Limited features are there in scripting. Right. Yeah. So this is the playbook. Yeah, anyhow, self-assessment is there. I'll just show it there. That's enough. All right. So with that, let's close this conditionals topic. Let's proceed with the loop and the variables in the afternoon. So you can take a break till 2:15. Then I'll be rushing. 2 topics are bigger. I don't want to rush till 2:15 only.